That's good. Why the hell are like the when I look you up, like the first videos that show up are your stupid or like this fucking the first videos that show up are just like like the Valerie video and then the fucking one where you're talking about yeah, it's all just like drama videos when I look you up. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is why is it you're like random drama videos? The first things that show up.
My mic was muted.
Yep,
They could hear you, but not me.
that's funny. I'm the show.
Um, let's get the old stream chat up though. Yeah.
It's the nut check. It's the nut check.
It is in
It's
fact the
the
Peanut House. It is in fact the Peanut House.
It's the nut check. Tito Dick man, baby. Tito Dick man, baby. Tito Dick man, baby. Tito Dick man.
Phil's from the SCO, Jack's from the PI. Phil's from the SCO, Jack's from the PI. Phil's from the SCO, Jack's. There's like a 6-hour version of that as well.
That's fun.
I just want to make sure that the stream that my audio is coming through loud and clear, but you know.
Loud and queer.
Yes, clearly that's what I said. The SCO, Jack's from the
Queer?
PI. Phil's from
What you said?
All right, cool. We're good. I can hear me now. Are you ready to get started then, Corbin? All right, we're starting with Succession, season 2, episode 7, and then we're gonna probably move on to Dragon Ball or something. We'll see. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. We're paused at 0 seconds. So 3, 2, 1. Now. Oh, you're right. What? That's a problem. Hold on. It is now. Yeah, if I just like watched it without you for like 10 minutes and then you're like, hey, wait a minute. Pause it, aren't I? We're at 1:15. Fucking, my connection was being stupid. Can you hear me, Corbin? God damn it. This fucking thing. Can you hear me now? Was it coming through at all? Okay, but was it coming through at all before? Okay, well, we're starting it over because it crashed anyway. So I'm paused at 0 seconds again. My internet like crapped out for a second, I think, because like my stream on YouTube also dropped. But we should be good now. So 3, 2, 1, now. Yeah, it is a bad idea. Just gonna make an assessment. Yeah, awful idea. But I was saying he should ask Roman about it. Roman knows all about sending dick pics. Spoiler, because that's gonna come in later. Yeah, I would never send a dick pic. It's a terrible idea. Yeah. Yeah, because you remember she called... Yeah. Yeah. She said that they had to call the dinosaurs, so now she's calling it Dinosaur Gate. It pisses me off! I'm sick of it! Yes, he does. Like, she is awful for him. Well, like, and you heard, like, the shit on the phone call where she was trying to, like, insinuate shit that was, like, clearly not true. Like, towards the end. And, like, also, before that, she was hitting herself. Like, is she trying to make it look like he hit her? Yeah, I'm not yelling! I wasn't yelling at you! And she also kept saying that, like, he wouldn't let her finish a sentence, even though he literally went quiet for most of that call, and she kept saying, you won't let me finish a sentence, when he's literally not talking. Right. Fail. That fail thing reminds me of in The Office when Andy makes the fail compilation. And, like, one of them is literally a guy that died. Roman candle? No shiv. Because if you remember, the reason that, like, he doesn't want to go back to London, because if you remember, London is where he killed the waiter. So that's why he doesn't want to go back. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Matthew Broderick, he killed 2 people, yeah. Yeah, it does... Like, you should just know what side of the road to drive on where you are. Like, There should be road signs, traffic, things like that. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, like you should know that, like, in most of Europe, they drive on the left side of the road. Dude, I forgot. So last night I rewatched Friday the 13th Part 4, which is my favorite one. I forgot that it has, like, a fucking ridiculously high kill count. There's, like, 14 deaths in that movie. Yeah. And, like, obviously, like, that's 14 including, you know, Tommy just hacking the shit out of Jason. Yes, it does. Like Part 4, I think, is easily the best one. And then 6 is probably second best. Like, the Tommy Jarvis trilogy is, like peak, Jason. Right, like, they implied for 4 and 5, but then in 6 they're like, nah. Like, it would have been cool to see Tommy become a killer. Like, granted, I do like that he effectively just becomes, like, Jason's rival, right? Yeah, like, if they do, like, a sequel that follows up from 4 and 5, but just has Tommy become a killer. Oh yeah, this is Tom. Yeah, I like in this. Like, if you notice, Tom is really bad at this interview. Like, he's being interviewed about legal stuff with cruises. Like, he's complete. Like, again, he's being interviewed about all the illegal shit. What's up, Spencer? He calls everybody Pilgrim. You're either a pilgrim or a baby sister. What are you, gay? Well, right now we're on Succession, but we're only going to watch one episode here until Theron gets off work, because he wants to watch Season 2, Episode 8 with us. So we're just... possibly Dragon Ball. We're still figuring out all the details. Yeah, if you want to do that, we could do Red vs. Blue Season 5. Alright. Didn't we do that already? Another one just came out? Well, we could do both. We could do Invincible and then Red versus Blue, or vice versa. Oh, cool. So you can actually play discs now? Yeah. Oh, so did you get a Series X? Oh, cool. Nice. You still have the one I gave you, though, right? Okay, cool. As long as it gets used, I want that thing to still get used. You know what I mean? Because that'd be cool. Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, I remember. Okay. Oh, yeah. Can't make a snack without breaking a few nuts. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know, but it's way less clever, because that's actually a line from the show. Like, you can't make a Tomlet without breaking some Gregs is a line from the show that Tom sent Greg in emails 57 times within the span of, like, an hour. Yeah, it's not. Yes, it is, because their names are Tom and Greg. Well, it's... Greg the Egg. I was really happy when you sent me that screenshot, though, and then that comment that said Connor Roy was interested in politics from a very young age. I told you it's a meme in the fan base. Oh, you said shack without making a few nuts, because we said nut shack earlier. Okay. I read that as snack. That was my misread. It's okay. You notice how he didn't even give him an answer either? Hello, what is happening? We're watching more Succession. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Seems pretty legit. Time for me to habeas the corpus. Yeah, got no fucking response to that, do you? Like, seriously, just be like, yeah, I'll tell Logan. Okay, yeah, okay, never mind, you know? Like legitimately, that would be a terrifying thing to hear. Oh, yeah. Yeah, break is Greg's. Yeah. I would say Tom... Like, out of all the... Which one? Oh, Connor? No. Connor refuses. Connor wants nothing to do with the business. Yeah. No, Connor wants to run for president, remember? It's not a very loud knock. Well, it's not his bed, because remember they're in London. So if you didn't catch that, the article about the waiter said that he was bullied to death. And it's about the waiter. So now that they're in London, shit's coming back about the waiter. Because you remember, right before Kendall and the waiter left, Logan was, like, yelling at him. Well, because they're using the waiter as, like, for, like, political gain to try and get the company. Yep. Well, yeah. Right? Considering she's one of the Pierces who, Logan, they just had that big fucking battle. And that whole deal fell through. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, and, like, you always haggle. Like, you always make a deal that you intend to go higher or lower. Go into the family of the waiter. Yeah, but just think of how awful that is for Kendall, though. To look at the family of a fucking guy who you killed. And you can't tell them that. We do hate speech and roller coasters. Yeah, he destroyed most of it. Like, you remember he gave a lot of it to those guys, but he kept some of it. He just kept it in a folder marked secret in his office. Shut up. Yeah, she turned into Frank. Like, it would be funny if every time someone talked about being Frank, they literally just turned into Frank. Imagine if you wrote this show, Corbin. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be very popular either. Also, probably wouldn't be allowed on TV, even with HBO. Well, that's because Pornhub's not allowed in Utah. Well, it's not that they're not allowed, it's just they fucking left because they're like, they want us to age verify, so then they left. Xvideos works just fine still, though, so clearly it was a skill issue. I mean, it really is, though, because they want to get people hooked young. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Isn't that just awful, though, that he's making him go in with him? Like, it almost feels like he's just doing this to torture Kendall. I think so. I think it is something like that. But see, I like, though, that, like, he genuinely, like, is fucking torn apart by what he did. Who says I never killed anybody? Why is it? That's season 3. I'm not working today. Because, I worked last Sunday, so they let me take the day off, but I used vacation time, so I'm getting paid more for today than I would have been actually being there. Because I'm getting paid for a full 8-hour shift when I probably would have only worked like 5 or 6. I did not know that. Yeah. That is pretty cool. You know that with Red vs. Blue, they're just going to release the season, like the movie cut, like they normally do on the DVD, rather than releasing it episode by episode. They're just going to do it all at once. Yeah. But yeah, like, look, Kendall wanted to fucking say something to them about it, and Logan just like, no. Which, I mean, yeah, that's probably the best idea. Don't let him fucking talk to them. The fuck, so they're bringing, what's his name back in? What AI was Elijah Wood specifically? Was it... Sigma, okay. Elijah Wood is a Sigma? Like, look, Logan's literally just talking about him like this to Kendall. I think you're right, though. I think he is trying to make him learn that he has to move on from it. Yeah. I mean, they don't teach cursive anymore. A lot of people don't know how to read it. I think it's really fucking funny, though. Hi, I'm involved in a criminal conspiracy. Lower jacket pocket. Just like you keep the sprocket locket key in your outer jacket pocket. No, I fucking love Greg. He was recording himself. Oh yeah, they actually eat pigeon in the UK. But granted, like, the pigeons that they cook to eat are a lot bigger than, like, the city pigeons we see over here. Like, the pigeons they eat are much bigger. And much less gross. No, they're not as diseased. Like, they have, like, wild pigeons, like, on the countryside that are not, like, gross. That reminds me of, like, when you said to Chizu, she'd look a lot more attractive if she had no skin and was also on fire. Well, Rory should cool it with that. Right. I find their mom way less likable than Logan, though. Logan's a lot more likable. About 11 minutes. Okay. Okay. Of course. Yes. Subtle, Corbin, subtle. No, I don't think you've mentioned that at all. Not even once. You haven't even mentioned it yet. Like, not even just now. Look at that. Kendall's just fucking... He's putting a bunch of money there. For the family of the waiter. That's not fishy at all. It's like when Jesse wants to give money to the kid's father from Breaking Bad. It's like, you realize how fucking suspicious that is. No, she doesn't. But she can tell it's going to be bad. Right? No, but like, doesn't that suck though? Like, he literally has no one he can talk to about it because he can't talk to her. Like, it's not working. And he tries to talk to Logan later, and that doesn't go so well for him either. Well, that's the no real person involved thing. Like, because he's trying to, like, you know, confess his guilt and shit and like try to work it out, and Logan's like, no, you did nothing wrong. No real person involved. And that's a turning point for his character. So the way season 2 ends is very much because, you know, like the last straw in Kendall's arc in this season is seeing Logan just dismiss it, and that makes Kendall like completely change his arc again. But you'll see. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, like you said, Greg definitely becomes one of them. He's just more awkward. What's up?
We should go get whiskey so we can make old fashions.
When's the liquor store closed tonight?
I don't know.
$10. Okay.
What are you watching?
Succession.
Ah. Does it just have an old-timey show aesthetic, or is it an older show?
It's just the aesthetic. It's a show from it's a modern show.
Okay. I thought it was, but it's like, yeah, it's definitely an old-timey aesthetic. I like it.
It started in 2018 and ended in 2023. Maybe you could convince him to read it. Yeah, well, that's like one of the theories is that like Hitler went to Argentina. Because you know about that theory, right? That like the Hitler's corpse was actually a body double and then he went to Argentina and lived until like the 80s. It's all about family, like Fast and the Furious. Yeah, look, his mom fucking bailed. She's like, I'll talk to you about it in the morning, and then she bailed. I have no idea. That's clever, though. He's like, yeah, I screwed mom for you. That's the dream. And then she's like, you should probably go poke your eyes out now. Alright, now the next episode is the one that Theron wants to be there for. Okay, in that case, while you're doing that, I will be back as well. Should I put on an intermission video? Because I might run to the liquor store. It's just down the street. Yeah, I'll hop back on the call on here, but on the YouTube stream, I can put up an intermission thing, just so that people aren't just watching Cinnamon with silence, or if I put up the Dickmen for fucking 20 minutes or some shit. Let's see, what video should I put up? The Scat Clown video? Scat Clown. You know, the clowns, the Scat Clowns, the clowns with the scat. I'll put up my tea. Alright, well, Corbin's gonna go get food, and then I'm also gonna run back. I'll be back. Well, how about you go fuck yourself? Alright, well, I will also be back, as will Corbin. We'll be back. I'm gonna hop back. I'm gonna hop back in the call on my phone. I'm gonna like be back though. I'm gonna rush out real quick and come back. I'm gonna run to the liquor store real quick. But I'm gonna put up an intermission playlist on YouTube. I'm just gonna put up my TV show review playlist and just play through that. Red Eye, and today I thought I'd do a review of the series Wilfred. I will be talking about both versions of Wilfred, the Australian version and the US version, in depth, so do expect spoilers for both of them. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the premise of Wilfred, I'm going to give a quick little rundown here. Wilfred is set
I guess in this time I will try to set up my new Xbox.
Of a man and a dog who are best friends. The man sees the dog as a person in a dog suit. He's the only one who sees him like that, whereas everyone else just sees a dog. These are pretty much where the similarities between the two series end. So, to be more specific, I'm going to now specifically talk about the Australian version of the series. In the Australian version of the series, we meet... The main role is taken by the character Adam,
playing your own content
with his
during an
girlfriend Sarah,
intermission.
who has a dog named Wilfred. When he first meets Wilfred, he sees him as a man in a dog suit.
Yeah, but that's just
and
not
of
what
course,
people
Sarah
fucking
only
do
sees
now.
him as a dog.
They fucking just
So
steal
the
other
first
people's
season
content.
of the
That's what they
Australian
do.
version goes on with Adam and Wilfred being rivals and hating each other. Wilfred jealous that Adam is getting Sarah's attention, and Adam trying to stay
Your
relevant in
YouTube
Sarah's
content
life.
is there when I got nothing
Wilfred's
else left
constantly
to talk
trying to
about.
get rid of Adam, and Adam is trying to fight to stay there. That's pretty much the entire premise of the entire first season of the Australian version, but the second season's considerably different. At least that's how it appears, but I'll get into that. So the second season begins with Adam, Wilfred, and Sarah moving to a new house. And in this season, Adam and Wilfred are the best of buddies. It's just a straight-up buddy comedy, and they just go on their little day-to-day adventures in episodic format, which, again, this show is all completely episodic, especially in the Australian version. The Australian version plays itself as a straight-up comedy, nothing more, nothing less. It doesn't try to get serious, and it doesn't try to have a deeper meaning. It's loaded with profanity, weed, and even some nudity in an episode. Not good nudity either, it's old people, it's fucking nasty. The Australian version stars Jason Gann, who is also in the US version, and also the other creator of the show, Adam Zwar. See, Adam Zwar and Jason Gann, if I recall, are actually the creators of the show. I know for a fact Adam Zwar is. So that's the dynamic, is the two of them in the show. Again, it doesn't take itself seriously. It's all nothing but jokes, and there's even an inconsistency between the first and second seasons with Adam's last name. The way the series ends is that Adam and Sarah are about to get married, but it turns out that the Bite Club, as it's called, which Wilfred joined, is like a fight club for dogs. He used that to get Adam arrested for dogfighting. And turns out that the entire second season he was still plotting to get rid of him. So, at the end of it all, Adam goes to jail, and then Wilfred starts tormenting another guy who's hitting on Sarah. So, in that version, it is very clear that Wilfred is real. He's not in Adam's head, because he's now tormenting some other poor soul. And I assume anyone who comes near Sarah is going to be in deep shit because of Wilfred. Now let's talk about the US version. The initial premise is very similar, apart from the fact that rather than Ryan, who is the American equivalent character to Adam, is not in a relationship with Jenna, who is the American equivalent to Sarah. Rather, she's his neighbor, and he has a crush on her. And he tries to kill himself, and then he starts seeing Wilfred. This show is still a buddy comedy at its core, but it's also a dramedy, and it has a lot of deeper meaning and mindfucks. It leaves you questioning what's real and what's not at the end of each episode. Rather than just rolling with it like Adam does, Ryan decides to try and get to the bottom of what Wilfred is and why he sees him. The US version also introduces several other amazing characters, such as Bruce, Ryan's mom, and that's really about it. There's a few others. It's really good. But that's beside the point. Anyway, so the US series is a lot more of a dramedy, like I said, and also kind of a philosophical show in some ways. Because at the end of each episode, it's as if Ryan learned a lesson, but it was in front of him the whole time. Now let's talk a little bit about the ending. Oh boy, do I have some mixed feelings about this. The ending to the US episode ends up with Ryan finally getting to be with Jenna, only to have her leave him for her ex-boyfriend again. Then, Wilfred dies, the dog does, and Ryan finds out he was all in his head. Some people say it's actually left open for interpretation, but they make it seem very clear that Wilfred was all in Ryan's head, although there's a lot of things that don't add up with that being the case. First off, there are several things that Ryan couldn't have possibly known, even with the whole cult explanation they give it. If you've seen the show, you know what I'm talking about. Just doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of things that couldn't possibly have happened if Wilfred was entirely in Ryan's head. But anyway, then, of course, when Jenna leaves, Ryan's on his own, and he decides he still wants to be with Wilfred, and Wilfred reappears before him. Now Ryan knows he's a part of his imagination, but they're still best friends. Very anticlimactic and very disappointing ending to an otherwise amazing show. I don't particularly care for the ending to the Australian version either, but at least it didn't take itself seriously enough to make it that disappointing. So now I'm going to compare the two, and which one I think is personally better. So, first off, I personally think that the American version is a lot better for a few reasons, which I'll get into. First off, Elijah Wood. Elijah Wood plays Ryan, and I like me some Elijah Wood. He is a good actor. Second reason, the depth. The whole mindfuck thing and the whole drama aspect of it leaves you questioning a lot of things in the show. And it seems almost philosophical with some of the lessons he learns at the end of each episode. Each season begins basically completely undoing the finale to the previous season. Which means, technically, they could do the same with Season 4 if they ever were to do a 5th season. Make that all be a hallucination or a dream, or find some other new clue, which is one thing that left it open in your head a lot. And it kind of leaves it open to interpretation at the end when you really do think about it. Even though I really despise the ending, especially with Jenna being such a bitch, I think this is a far superior series, just because, to me, I like my comedy to have a little bit of depth. That's why I'm really into shows like BoJack Horseman, Moral Orel, and even the later seasons of Red vs. Blue, excluding the 14th. Now, the Australian version I still enjoy, and I still get a laugh out of it every time I watch it. But the thing is the Australian version seems nothing but more profane humor. Just basically profanity for the sake of profanity, and crazy, zany, over-the-top shit for the sake of crazy, zany, over-the-top shit. Although, like I said, I do absolutely love both versions of the series. There's also a Russian version called Charlie, but I've never seen that, and it doesn't even have Jason Gann in it, so it doesn't have the one consistent character throughout both series. I also liked at the end of the American series, they had a little picture of Adam in the episode before last, I think it was. Or maybe it was a couple episodes before. They showed Adam, and they showed an X through him, and then it showed a circle around Ryan, as if to say, we got him, now we're going for him, as if it's this whole big conspiracy. If you haven't seen Wilfred, I definitely recommend you watch both versions of the show. In particular, I recommend the American version, just because I really love the depth and mindfuckery it has. Like I said, I have kind of spoiled the ending if you've watched through this whole thing, but I still think it's worth a watch. I think I've seen through both series, both versions of the show, probably about 2 or 3 times, and I still loved it every time, so I don't think it's a mistake to watch the show even after you know the ending. I think watching these shows is fantastic, and I really hate that it got canceled and that the 4th season of the American version got pushed back to such a small amount of episodes and on the sister channel FXX. But even then, for a show that was basically put on death row, it turned out really fucking well. If you haven't seen Wilfred, definitely check it out. It's all available on Netflix. I think both versions actually are right now, if I'm not mistaken. I personally have the DVDs of seasons 1 and 2 of the American version, and of course, seasons 1 and 2 of the Australian version. Seasons 3 and 4 are available on DVD, but you gotta order them off Amazon because they're the print-on-demand stuff. But overall, I'd say Wilfred is one of the best buddy comedies I've ever seen, one of the best sitcoms I've ever seen, and the only Australian series I've ever seen. So I recommend watching these back-to-back even. What I usually do is, when I rewatch it, I'll watch all of the Australian version, then I'll watch all of the American version. But I think that about does it for this little review of Wilfred. I hope you guys have enjoyed it, and I hope I've given good insight onto the series. Let me know if I didn't give enough detail or if I gave too much detail. As always, thanks for watching, and you have a great day. You're watching Fugitive Red Eye, and today I'm going to talk about Moral Orel, and why I think that it is the best Adult Swim show to ever be created. Now, I've talked about Moral Orel before a little bit. Basically, if you haven't seen it, to the casual observer, it may seem just like a satire created just for the sake of bashing religion. And while I can definitely see why people would come to that conclusion based on stuff like this...
Hi, Mom! How was school today? Great! I got to turn the other cheek. Sounds fun. You bet!
You've got to turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek. Show the world how strong you are by simply acting weak. Inherit all the rules of them, cause you will be the meek. Show them just how weak when you turn the other cheek.
Turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek. Show them just how strong you are by simply acting weak.
The series has always had its deeper moments, particularly in Season 3, but it even had them as early as Season 1. Take, for instance, this scene from the Season 1 finale.
Boy, God, this sure didn't turn out to be the best Christmas ever. But you still have 2 minutes left, and I have faith in you.
Now, although that scene itself was also pretty depressing, that's not where the show got its turning point. Throughout Season 1 and 2, it did have a couple of moments, but in particular, Season 1, they were mainly just satirical and goofy for the sake of being goofy and wacky, which, is fun and entertaining to watch, but at the end of Season 2 was the real turning point for the series. You got the episode, the 2-parter, Nature. And then you got this scene, which I think is the moment where the show changed completely.
I gotta tell you, Orel. Your cup is always half empty. Now look at me. You should be more like your old man and look on the bright side of life.
Blight?
I didn't say bright. I said blight. My life is sunny and blight. Bright means the opposite. It means sudden, withering death. And that's... oh, my Kimmy. My life is full of bright.
You mean blight?
Oh, God.
What's the matter?
I hate myself. always fools me, Laurel. I'll make things better, dear. Drink me. Put me inside you. I'm great. And she chokes me just like every other whore out there. They're all worthless, kid. Every woman. Don't let them get you. All of them want to get you. They just grab you and pull you into them. And you're forced to stay in and pull out. Stay in and pull out. And then they got you. And they grip you by the right where it goes. And then they start squeezing things out.
But as you can see, the show took a turn to the darker and more depressing. My favorite episode of all time is the episode Passing, which gives Clay, Oral's father, a backstory that I feel makes you feel somewhat more sympathetic towards him, because Clay's not portrayed as a good person at all. He's portrayed as kind of an asshole, but with this, I do feel that it kind of portrays why he's such an asshole. This, and in conjunction with the Before Oral special and a few others, to really get everything, you have to watch through the whole third season to really grasp every single little detail. But I think this clip taken from Passing does kind of help emphasize the series a little bit with some of the tone of the third series.
Clay, for years it's been a grand Puffington tradition that the head of the household pass off old Gunny to his firstborn son. But I'm not passing it on to you now because of that tradition. I'm in fact ending the tradition. There will be no coming-of-age hunting trip. I don't want this in my possession anymore. It's tainted with blood.
Sure it's not just ketchup?
No, look closer. You killed your mother with this gun.
You know it's a sin to bear false witness. And remember the lost and last 63rd commandment. Thou shalt never forget thy loaded a gun when thou hast an innocent child in the house. Don't worry, old Gunny. I'll keep the tradition going. Some things you'll do for money.
I think that the third season of Moral Oral is by far the best season, and it's a shame that it hasn't been fully released in the US, in its entirety. However, it is all available on Hulu, and I do encourage everyone to watch it just because it's such a good show. I do have the DVDs, which I've shown before, but I'll show them again here real quick. So here's the Australian exclusive DVD, Moral Oral, The Complete Lessons Collection. As I mentioned in the previous video that I've showcased it, this was only released in Australia, but Volume 1 was released here. This contains Volumes 1 through 3, which 2 and 3 were only released in Australia, as I mentioned. This is a very good set. It contains all of the episodes except for the Before Oral special. But yeah, hopefully we do eventually get an American release of Seasons 2 and 3, and I will eventually buy them if we do. But since right now this is all we got, this is great for me since I've unlocked my player regionally. Plus it is all available on Hulu for those of you who haven't seen it. But yeah, as I mentioned, those DVDs were only released in Australia, so unfortunately only Volume 1 is out in the US. Now the ending to Moral Oral, I'm not going to show a clip of because I don't want to be a total spoiler. But it does kind of, it kind of feels like a happy ending in some ways, and in other ways doesn't. I'll do a video later explaining the symbolism I feel is in the ending. But for the sake of this video, I'm going to avoid it just because of spoilers. I do feel like Moral Oral truly evolved from just a simple satire into a much more deep and sad drama. And while not all of it is absolutely golden, I do think that the show holds up pretty much straight through without really being bad at all. Granted, there are a couple of episodes, for instance, Close Face, which I wasn't super into, but it was still a decent episode. I also plan on doing a video a little bit later on where I rank each episode, but that one's going to take a long time to actually get out, so we'll see. Because there are 42 episodes, 43 if you count the Before Oral special, and 44 if you count the reconstructed Lost episode, Abstinence. Adult Swim does have a lot of other great shows, but none of them I feel have truly matched up to the feeling of Moral Oral. I do think that Rick and Morty is their best currently running show. And, obviously there's great shows like Aqua Teen and stuff that they've had in the past as well. But again, none of them have quite that same feeling. But anyway, I think that about does it today. Again, this is kind of a experimental video as well. I tried using in some clips. I could find getting them was a little bit difficult, so some of them are of varying quality, and I apologize for that. But I hope, despite that, you enjoyed the video, and you guys have a great day. You are watching Fugitive Red Eye, and welcome to a sort of review sort of thing. I'm late on doing this because I wasn't sure if I was going to, and I've had some time to think about this, and a lot of people have already done videos on this subject. I just felt that I kind of want to put my 2 cents in and kind of give my thoughts. In case you can't tell by the title, today I will be talking about South Park Season 20. South Park is one of my all-time favorite shows, and probably my favorite adult cartoon. And this past season has been something completely different than what the show used to be. Now, you could see they were working their way up to this with seasons 18 and 19, adding in continuity from plot to plot in the 18th season with Randy being Lord and stuff like that. And then, of course, Season 19 had a lot more continuity than even Season 18, and then Season 20 just went full-on serialization. Now, here's the thing. As I mentioned, a lot of people have already done reviews of this season, and while I do agree with a lot of their points, I do think a lot of people are a little bit too hard on the season, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because obviously if you want something to improve, you have to speak up about it. Now, I'm going to say this here. I think people do give the season more hate than it deserves, but not by much. I will go out of my way to say this is my least favorite South Park season, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's not great by any stretch, but it's still South Park to a degree. Now, I'm going to go over some of the things that worked and some of the things that didn't work. So first I'll talk about the things that did work, because I don't feel like a lot of people talk about that as much. First off, there was a little bit of subversion with the whole skank hunt thing at the beginning, where everyone was expecting it to be Cartman, and they flipped it, and it was Gerald. I thought that Gerald being skank hunt was a very interesting and funny take on it. Was it worth dragging out to 10 episodes? Probably not, but I think it did work as a concept. Secondly, I loved Butters' little MRA thing he went off on, being like a total anti-woman kind of guy, and I thought that was hilarious because it's just so different than Butters. And in the end, he still was the same character, just he got pissed off and decided he was going to change and be against the system. And frankly, I liked that in Butters. Even though it was a change of character, it was one that I thought was actually done really well. I can't say that about another change of character, which I don't think was done well, but I'll talk about that in a moment. Other things that worked, I thought Garrison did work as Trump. I thought it was kind of funny. However, I do think that with Garrison being Trump and Trump winning the election, that definitely restricts him as a character. I know he's not the most popular character, and he's not my favorite either, but he's not a character I absolutely hate either. So I would have liked to have maybe not had it so that with Trump winning the election, Garrison is completely changed in his position. Something else that did kind of work was the whole women being smart and funny thing. I thought that was kind of a good running gag, but it did get kind of ground into the ground. Or rather, run into the ground, as the phrase goes. It was done to death, and I thought it was funny as a little gag, but making it such a focus, I think, was kind of a mistake. But anyway, those are kind of the things that worked. There are more things, like there's also lots of funny little gags, like, personally, I thought the whole thing about Scott Malkinson being depressed and bugging Mackie all the time was pretty funny, and I thought the over-the-top nature of quitting Twitter was pretty funny, too. But, there was a lot of things that didn't work as well, and I'm going to go over those now. So, something that didn't work was the fact that they hinged a lot of the season's narrative on Hillary winning, which she didn't. So that completely changed the outcome of the season, you can tell. I mean, they had to rewrite an episode within the same day it aired, or at least retool it. Another thing I think absolutely did not work was Cartman this season. I mean, I thought, it was kind of funny at first, the whole subversion thing, but having Cartman just completely flip-flop on his character was just bad. And honestly, I, like many other people, thought that he was plotting something, or there was some sort of scheme in his head, and I thought that would have been great. I thought that would have been a great joke and have a good payoff, but it did not. And speaking of not having a good payoff, there's a lot of things that just never got resolved. The member berries didn't really go anywhere, and I thought they were funny at first as well, but they got really annoying after, like, the third or fourth episode. They were just Member. Just really fucking annoying after a while. Like, initially I did think they were funny, but they just got so ran into the ground as well. It just, ugh. Another thing is there was a lot of things that happened this year that didn't really get addressed because they were too busy focusing on this narrative. Another thing I don't feel works, and this isn't just for this season, I think it also holds true for season 19 as well, trying too damn hard to modernize. Look, I'm all for South Park being current, because it always has been. It's always been about current events. But they try too hard to modernize, and you can hear in the commentaries for seasons 18 and 19, or specifically 19 really, they talk about how they're modernizing to be less dated, but the thing is they were already following current events. I don't think having to modernize the entire thing was really necessary. I mean, I liked the small-town feel of South Park, and particularly in seasons 1 through 3, which, ironically, are Trey Parker and Matt Stone's least favorite seasons. Which I don't get, because to me, they're some of the best. And another thing, they put Stan and Kenny were hardly in this season at all. I mean, Kenny had like maybe 1 or 2 lines, Stan only a few more. Really, they were just kind of pushed away. Now to end on a more positive note, I'm going to go over some of the things that, again, I still feel worked. I know I went over some of the things that worked at the beginning, but there's a couple things other people complain about that I don't necessarily think are quite as warranted. Granted, everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and this is subjective, but there's a few things I liked that a lot of people didn't. For instance, I thought them bringing back Rickrolling was pretty funny. I mean, I always thought Rickrolling was, it's like the original internet troll. And personally, I do think the trolling plot worked pretty well, other than it was a little bit dragged out. Also, I liked the serialization to a degree. Personally, I think it was done better in Season 18. In fact, when it happened in Season 18, I was like, holy crap, holy shit, South Park, rather, not Cartman, Cartman's a character, South Park, rather, is going to be getting continuity. And you know what, I love continuity. For instance, lots of shows have it, but are still episodic, such as Futurama. And although Futurama isn't the most continuous show out there, and it has a bunch of inconsistencies, overall, it does still have an underlying continuity. I mean, one could argue so does Aqua Teen Hunger Force, in that characters recur, but Aqua Teen Hunger Force is completely non-canon, so there isn't really, but that's beside the point. So I think if they are going back to episodic formulas like they used to do, great. I loved that. I love classic South Park. And I love all of South Park, to be brutally honest, and I'm okay if they keep some continuity as well, but I think they should keep each episode in its own thing. Maybe have an underlying continuity, have running gags, have recurring characters, have things where characters remember things that happened before. That's totally fine. But when you base it, and now you're only down to 10 episodes a season, mind you. So when you base an entire season that's only 10 episodes on one plot, you're really limiting yourselves. I mean, like I said, I love the show, and I respect Matt Stone and Trey Parker to no end. I love these guys. They are some of my favorite creators. And South Park is the one animated show I felt never really went downhill. Now, do I still think that? Yes, to a degree I do. South Park still hasn't gone as downhill as, say, The Simpsons. But I do feel this was a very polarizing season. I'm not as hard on it as some people are. Personally, I still enjoyed it. There was a lot of things I didn't like, and I think the whole Cartman thing really pissed me off, especially since he's my favorite character. And I think, making Cartman go back to the traditional Cartman is really the way to go about it. What I would love to see, and this is never going to happen, I'm pretty sure, but I would love to see it if they decide to pull it out of their ass. I would love to see the tone of the show go back to that of seasons 1 through 3. Like I said, this will probably never happen since they're not too keen on them. But I felt that those earlier seasons had a little bit of charm that isn't necessarily there anymore. I mean, the show still has plenty of other charm, but the whole small town and absurdist feel that it had, where everything was very character-driven and current events were just kind of a byproduct. They weren't really the plot points. They were just little gags here and there. Was really the way to go about it. And they've had, current events be the main driving force of the series for quite some time now, and I've loved that as well. But I think after doing something so new and experimental, going back and just doing something totally unexpected, just switching the show back to its origins, would be interesting to see as well. Anyway, those are just kind of my basic thoughts on Season 20. The worst season so far, I would say, but definitely not as bad as a lot of people make it out to be. It's still South Park, and I think that part of the reason a lot of things didn't get resolved is because they had to rush to get everything out, obviously, as they always do. As well as I think that part of it was because Trump won the election, and nobody, not even Trump himself, expected that. So overall, this season was alright. Not great. Not even really that good as far as South Park goes. Still decent, and I will be getting it, obviously, for a couple of reasons. Number one, I am a completionist, so I own all of the DVD sets. Number two, I love South Park and want to continue supporting it so long as it stays good, and I still feel that this is something I will rewatch at some point. Probably not anytime soon, but it is still South Park, even though it is kind of a, well, shall we say, watered-down version of South Park. Also, I really would have liked to see Pokemon Go, but they didn't do that. I really hope they do that at some point. That would have been funny. But then again, with how current they like to be, they're probably not going to ever do Pokemon Go. Anyway, this has been Fugitive Red Eye, and you guys have a great day. Welcome to another review. Similar to how I reviewed Season 14 of Red vs. Blue, and as I reviewed the Death Note live-action series as it was coming out, there will be some mild spoilers in this, but I will save those until a little bit later in the video to try and be as unspoilery as possible. But once I start talking about Episode 2, there will definitely be a couple of spoilers, but I don't think they'll ruin it for you to watch. So first off, let's talk about the premise of this season. They've gone back to a story arc, which is what I wanted. Season 14 was my least favorite Red vs. Blue season. I didn't like the whole different multiple arcs, different time periods, etc., with everything being, a lot of things being non-canonical to the series. This season takes place 10 months after Season 13. It has not yet, however, resolved the cliffhanger. If it will is yet to be determined. This season is very similar to the Hunt the Truth series that was used to promote Halo 5. It appears that the Reds and Blues have gone on a killing spree and started killing a bunch of UNSC personnel. The explanation behind this is, of course, yet to be determined. But it obviously seems like a frame-up job, especially since none of them talk. Not to mention they had Church there, in a robot body, which he didn't even have a robot body in Season 13, and with the cliffhanger, there's some things there that doesn't make sense with him being there. This season, we follow a reporter and her cameraman going to try and investigate the Reds and Blues, to try and get to the bottom of why they are doing what they are allegedly doing, and what the motive is behind it. And of course, to try and determine their whereabouts. First episode, she investigates the scene of the crime with her cameraman. And the second episode, she goes back to Blood Gulch. Now's here where things will get kinda spoilery. When she arrives in Blood Gulch, we get reintroduced to a couple of characters we haven't seen canonically for several seasons. Griff's sister, who was believed to have been killed by Lopez up until this point, and of course Vic, who was technically in Season 14 in the prequel episodes, as well as he was in the intros to the episodes. But this is the first time we've seen him in the timeline in a very long time. He also appears to be suicidal. Now, I think that's enough really to say about the plot, because that pretty much outlines everything that's happened thus far. At least in the 2 episodes I've seen. Episode 3 is out if you have a Rooster Teeth membership, but I don't, so I have to wait a week. But if you do have it, you're perfectly fine to see Episode 3 already. I feel like this season is much a return to form after a lousy Season 14. This seems like it's going to have the epic story arc that Red vs. Blue has been since Season 6. And I, for one, am excited about that. Because I know Rooster Teeth can make a great show, because most of Red vs. Blue is amazing. I just feel Season 14 was sort of PSA the season. But I'm glad to see the show coming back strong, and I think they might have planned this ahead of time to use Season 14 as kind of a break, but still get a season out there. But I look forward to watching the episodes as they come out. Let me know if you want me to review each episode. Similar how I did with Death Note, how I would group several episodes into one video, or if you'd rather I just wait till the end of the season and do a blanket review of the season, like I did with Season 14 of Red vs. Blue last year. But that's all for today. I hope you guys have enjoyed the video, and have a great rest of the day. You're watching Fugitive Red Eye, and today is the Nut Shack's 10th anniversary. I shit you not, the Nut Shack was first aired on April 25th, 2007. And I've decided to do a real review of the Nut Shack. I know on April Fool's Day I did kind of a joke review, but today I'm going to be discussing the show and what I really think about it. Now you may notice the title is phrased as a question: is the Nut Shack really as bad as they say? The answer to that is yes and no. Unlike a lot of people who review the Nut Shack, I have seen every single episode. That way I felt I could build a more nuanced opinion on the show itself. Plus I was oddly intrigued to see it. And as most people have stated, the voice acting is awful, the animation is abysmal, the writing is terrible, and the music is very annoying. The biggest problem the show has, though, is not how offensive it tries to be, because it does try to be over-the-top offensive just for the sake of being over-the-top offensive. But its biggest problem is it's just boring most of the time. Nothing really entertains you for most of the show. It's mainly just a bunch of gay jokes, weed jokes, and, scatological humor. However, there are a few jokes that do make me laugh here and there. I can't name any particular examples because they get overshadowed by all the shit. But yet I found myself strangely drawn to watching the whole thing once I started. And by no means is the Nutcheck so bad it's good. It's not entertaining enough to be that way. But one thing that I never hear people mention is Season 2 is actually considerably better than Season 1. Sure, the animation is still terrible, it hasn't been improved, neither has the voice acting or anything else. But the episodes are genuinely kind of entertaining, particularly the Halloween special titled Slasher, which is basically just a clone of Jack going around killing everyone. I also kind of like the Blind Dick, the episode where it has Tito Dick as a blind samurai sort of thing, which I believe was actually a Season 1 episode, and one of the few good ones, and I use the word good very, very loosely. I saw an Amazon review that someone thought the show was all about getting hyphy, which is apparently some sort of dance thing, which is only ever mentioned once in the show and once in the extended intro, which has been uploaded to YouTube by the creator of it. The creator of the song, not the show itself. But other than that, absolutely nothing else in the show has to do with being hyphy, so I think this person on Amazon was very off base with what they said. One thing I will credit the Nutcheck, though, is with today's day and age, a lot of cartoons try to play it safe. There are, of course, exceptions, but it's kind of refreshing to go back and watch something that's so overtly offensive, just for the sake of being overtly offensive. It by no means makes it a good show, but it makes it something interesting to watch. You're just kind of fascinated when you're sitting and watching it, wondering how something this terrible could be put out. Nothing in it really offends me, because like I said, it seems like it's being edgy just for the sake of being edgy, and offensive humor doesn't really get to me, personally. But there's something I will say. The Nutcheck is better than a show that airs now, or at least aired recently. I don't know if it's still on because it was awful. Comedy Central had this show called Legends of Chamberlain Heights that's animation and voice acting and writing actually seemed worse than the Nutcheck. But worst of all, the humor was way worse, even more base and scatological than the Nutcheck was. It was fucking dumb. I'd rather watch the Nutcheck any day of the week than fucking Legends of Chamberlain Heights. So in summation, the Nutcheck is a god-awful show that I don't recommend you watch unless you're curious about it. But it's not quite as bad as everyone makes it out to be. There are much worse shows that have been on television. Also, I found Tito Dick to be the only somewhat likable character just because he's an asshole. But then again, they don't stick to him being an asshole throughout the whole thing. The characters don't really have set personalities, they kind of bounce all over the place. The biggest shame, though, is that Season 2 didn't get a DVD release. Like I said, Season 2 actually is much better than Season 1. It's still like comparing cat shit to dog shit. The cat shit has hair and is more nasty, whereas the dog shit is more fresh, so it's like, pick your poison. And when I say more fresh, I don't mean literally more fresh, I mean more moist and pungent. So do I recommend watching the Nutcheck? Partially, just so you can say you've watched through the whole thing like I have. I really wish they would have released Season 2, because I would have bought it. I bought Season 1 for $7 at FYE. Which is fucking great, because it goes for like 50, sometimes 20, sometimes 50 on eBay, and it's usually not even up there. It's a rare find now. And honestly, I'd be happy if they would have tried a Season 3, because I think the show could have had potential if it would have kept going. But anyway, that's really all I have to say about the Nutcheck to do a perfectly honest review. Today is the 10th anniversary, so I thought it was about time I reviewed it. As far as my joke review, that was obviously a joke, and I've actually unlisted it so that people don't get confused, even though I did retitle it April Fools. But if people ask for it, I will give them a link to it. Anyway, this has been Fugitive Red Eye, and you have a great day.
Subscribe to Fugitive Red Eye.
We're watching Fugitive Red Eye, and Bates Motel has finally ended this week, so I thought I'd go ahead and give a review of the series versus the Psycho films, and to a lesser extent the Psycho novels. Be warned that this will contain spoilers for all 4 Psycho films, possibly all 5 seasons of Bates Motel, as well as the shitty 1987 made-for-TV Bates Motel movie. So I watched through all of Bates Motel, and I loved it for the most part. But around Season 4, I felt the series had declined slightly, because not a lot of things happened. Most of the season was just Norman in the institution, and then Norma dies in a very different way than she did in the original movies and the novel. Season 4 is for the most part boring. However, Season 5 I was skeptical from the get-go because they'd cast Rihanna as Marion Crane. You know what else Rihanna was in? Battleship, and that movie was fucking awful. However, surprisingly, because I had such low expectations for Rihanna's performance, she actually surpassed them. I still feel she was miscast as Marion Crane, but I think she did a fine job given what I've seen her do previously. What I didn't like and what caught me off guard was how they changed several things in the 5th season. The first thing that really pissed me off is Norman gets fucked by some guy in a bar when he's in his Norma personality. First off, the Norma personality was never supposed to be overtly sexual, only jealous and only having eyes for Norman. That's how it was in the books, that's how it was in the movie, and that's how it was in the earlier seasons for the most part. Another thing, Norman became aware of the Norma personality and realized that she wasn't really there. That takes away a lot of the impact of Norman being crazy, because the whole point of Psycho is Norman thinking his mother is still alive by creating this fictionalized version of what's actually happening in his head. Also, they changed the shower scene, probably the most iconic scene in horror film history, I think. And they had a twist where she gets out of the shower and she survives, but instead Norman kills Sam Loomis. And I think they really turned Sam Loomis into a generic character in the series. They really fucked him up, because although he wasn't absolutely amazing in the movies and he wasn't the main character, I feel like this Sam Loomis in Bates Motel is much more generic. It's just, oh look, there's the asshole taking advantage of the two women he's with, and neither of them are aware of the fact that each other exist. Okay, first off, in the movies, Sam Loomis was cheating on his wife with Marion Crane, but she knew about it, and they were both at least showed some guilt for it. In Bates Motel, Marion's unaware of it, and Sam acts like a total asshole. Basically, they just want to make him out to be, oh, look at this asshole taking advantage of these poor innocent women. And in that regard, it makes Marion less of an interesting character. Because of Marion's flaws in the original film, you actually get attached to her, and when Norman kills her in the iconic shower scene, you actually feel sad about it. Also, another thing, in Season 4, they also had Norman's Norma personality hitting on his psychologist, which I thought was also pretty fucking stupid. Not to mention that the more I think about it, I mean, I've always preferred the movie Norma over the TV show Norma, because she was just such a total bitch that it actually made sense that Norman went crazy. Although, according to Psycho 4, it was all genetics, but honestly, it was obviously environment, especially with the shit you see him go through in Psycho 4. One thing I will say about this series, though, is Freddie Highmore is still the perfect modern-day Norman Bates. And the way he interacted with Marion were just like the ways that Anthony Perkins interacted with Marion in the original Psycho film. And then, of course, there's the ending to Bates Motel. Dylan kills Norman because Norman tries to kill him and won't accept reality. And while I kind of saw this coming, I was still disappointed with it. Not because I'm against a tragic ending, in fact I've always felt that at its core the Psycho series is a tragedy, but because I don't agree with killing him off just like that. In fact, this is where the shitty Bates Motel made-for-TV movie from 1987 did better. Because, unlike the novels, Bates Motel and Psycho both had Norman as a sympathetic character, particularly starting with Psycho 2, but regardless. The 1987 Bates Motel film was originally made to be a pilot to a series called Bates Motel. It has no relation to the second Psycho film, or no relation to the Bates Motel TV series that exists now. Instead, in this version, Norman dies in the asylum. However, he befriends a young man in there, and decides to give his motel to him. Realizing his life is effectively over, he decides to pass on his legacy to someone whose life is not completely ruined, and hope to give them a future. This, to me, was the perfect way for Norman Bates to die. In fact, the intro to the Bates Motel film actually isn't half bad. For a few minutes, but as soon as he walks inside the Bates Motel and there's that chick in the chicken costume, he goes way downhill. Now, it's worth mentioning that I do believe Norman dies in the Psycho 2 novel, because the Psycho 3 novel is about him haunting the Psycho house. Plus, Norman is considerably different in the novels than he is in the movies or TV shows. First off, in the novels, Norman is a fat, balding guy in his mid-40s who's an alcoholic that worships Satan. I shit you not, that's actually character That's actually backstory to Norman Bates in the first novel. Now, I haven't read the second or third novels because, frankly, I wasn't that interested because I prefer Norman as a sympathetic character rather than as an antagonist. And it was Psycho 2 that first cemented this, and in many ways helped form what the franchise would become for the next two films, and even to a lesser extent the Bates Motel TV series. Psycho 2 does a great job of tricking you most of the film. For instance, it's Norman living in the motel, people being killed, and everyone assuming Norman's doing it. In the final scene, it catches you by surprise that it was in fact Lila Loomis doing the killings to try and frame up Norman. Or so it would appear. However, at the end, there's a second twist. Norman's aunt, Emma Spool, who at the end of Psycho 2 claims to be his mother, although it's revealed in Psycho 3 she was just his crazy aunt. She was going around doing the killings, and everyone thought, or the audience rather, was tricked to believing it was Lila Loomis up until the final scene. And then, of course, all this trauma, unfortunately, triggers Norman to revert back to his psychotic tendencies, which leads to Psycho 3, where he's going around killing people once again, and ends up returning to the asylum. This all leads up to what I feel is the best conclusion the Psycho series has had. Psycho 4, The Beginning. This acts both as a prequel and a sequel at the same time. It's Norman Bates calling into a radio show, apparently years after Psycho 3, with his wife, who is pregnant, and he's calling because he's thinking about killing her, because he's worried his psycho genes will be passed down to the child and cause more craziness. He also recounts the story of how he killed his mother, and you see it happen, which is great, because this was the first time you see Norma die, other than a little bit of a flashback scene in Psycho 2, which doesn't really show it, but kind of does. It's kind of hard to explain if you haven't seen it. Now, obviously, there are some inconsistencies between Psycho 2 and Psycho 4, namely Norman claimed to be 12 when he killed his mother in Psycho 2, whereas he's obviously in his late teens in Psycho 4. But the reason Psycho 4, I feel, is the best finale the Psycho series has had is the ending. The ending to Psycho 4 is what makes it my favorite of the sequels. It obviously does not beat out the original, but it is better than the sequels. At the end of Psycho 4, Norman torches his mother's house, resisting the urge to kill his pregnant wife, and ending up being free of the curse that she put on him, basically. He's free of her influence. And it ends on a happy note with Norman going, living with his wife, and presumably raising their child to be happy. I don't know how the novels end, but I do know how the Bates Motel movie is from 1987, as I previously mentioned, and it's about a bunch of ghosts and shit haunting the motel after Norman's gone. Not even Norman's ghost, not ghosts of his victims, just random-ass ghosts that make no goddamn sense. And then the Bates Motel show ends with Dylan killing him. And while I don't think this is a terrible ending, because I kind of like it to some degree, because I'm a fan of, like, for instance, of Mice and Men, I don't think this is the way I want Norman Bates to go out. So, in that regard, I feel that the Norman Bates, portrayed by Anthony Perkins in the 4 Psycho films, is the true Norman Bates. The novel version of Norman Bates kind of sucks. The TV version is just barely off being better. The character development of Norman Bates in Bates Motel is still really good. The TV series, of course, not the shitty movie, as I previously mentioned. And while I am okay with the ending, because I do, like I said, feel Psycho is at its core a tragedy, I feel like Psycho 4 is still a much, much better ending to Bates Motel. And if you haven't seen it, and you still managed to watch through all this video, even though everything's spoiled now pretty much, I still advise you go check out Psycho 4 to see how Norman Bates truly went crazy, rather than just seeing the bullshit that happens. Like, Bates Motel, they go a lot more on the genetic stuff, I think. Although no one else is really crazy. I mean, Norma's a little bit possessive, but that's about it. She's not the bitch who dresses him up as a girl and threatens to cut off his penis, like in Psycho 4. At least I'm pretty sure she threatens to do that. Because stuff happens, and I don't want to spoil everything or get too much into it, but she does dress him up like a girl and tells him he's a girl and drives him nuts. It's obviously she drove him to the madness. But anyway, that's all I really have to say on the matter. Psycho, the films, is by far the best version. Followed closely second by Bates Motel, even though I don't particularly like Season 4 and 5. Also, another quick note, though. Season 5 didn't have Lila Loomis, it didn't have Arbogast, and it didn't have a lot of characters that would have made it more like the movies. I feel like something that would have helped was to have callbacks to those original characters, other than just Sam Loomis and Marion Crane. But anyway, that's really all I have to say. I hope you guys have enjoyed this little talk that I've had here. I don't know if you'd call it a rant or a review. Do with it as you will, but have a great rest of the day.
Tribe, The Fugitive Red Eye.
You're watching Fugitive Red Eye, and today I'll be talking about my top 4 favorite dramedies. The reason it's only 4 is because I could only think of 4 right off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are great other ones out there. If you don't know what a dramedy is, it's pretty self-explanatory with the title. It is a drama comedy. So if you don't know what a dramedy is, like I said, it's literally just a drama comedy. A lot of the times they'll start out as just straight-up comedies and become dramas more progressively as they go on. The idea for this video was suggested to me by Rabid Waffles, so you have him to thank for that. And without further ado, let's get into this. Number 4, Red vs. Blue. Red vs. Blue probably has the most gradual transformation into a dramedy out of all the rest of them on this list. The first 5 seasons were nothing but straight-up comedy, and it's still wonderful. Then seasons 6 through 8 were primarily action-based, whereas seasons 9 and 10 is where it became drama. If you're unfamiliar with Red vs. Blue, it's a machinima series that takes place in the Halo universe, and also has a universe of its own. I absolutely love Red vs. Blue, and I would have to say season 10 is by far the pinnacle of the show. It is by far the best season so far, and probably the worst season would have to be season 14, because it was just an anthology season, and it basically just focused on random parts of the universe that were either canon or non-canon, but most of the time were irrelevant. But overall, Red vs. Blue got you attached to the characters through the comedy seasons, and then made you care for them even more with the action and plot build in season 6 through 8. And then it really took form around season 9, where it focused a lot more on character development, backstory, and drama, as I said. Red vs. Blue is the longest-running web series out there that there is. And it's a title I hope it keeps for some time. But I hope that it doesn't go downhill, because as I said, I did not like season 14, but season 15 so far has been promising. If you want to watch Red vs. Blue officially, there's a couple of ways you can do it. I believe it's still on Netflix and possibly Hulu. But if you don't have those, you can always watch it for free on Rooster Teeth's own website, roosterteeth.com, or you can buy the DVDs. And I highly recommend you do check Red vs. Blue out, with the exception of Season 14, as I mentioned previously, other than a couple of arcs, which I've talked about in another video in more detail. But anyway, that does it for number 4. Let's move on to number 3. Number 3, Wilfred, or more specifically, the American version of Wilfred. Wilfred is a sitcom based on an Australian sitcom of the same name. And although they do share some characteristics, they are very, very different shows. I've done a whole video dedicated to the differences between the two, so I'm not going to dwell on that too much. I'll leave a link to that in the end screen and in the description. Wilfred starts out on a dark note with the main character wanting to kill himself because he's fed up with life and feels like no one cares about him. Our main character, Ryan, by Elijah Wood, is a depressed former lawyer. And when he tries to kill himself by overdosing on a bunch of pills, he doesn't die. And the next day, he meets his neighbor's dog, which he sees differently than everyone else sees. Everyone else just sees a dog, but Ryan sees Wilfred, a man in a dog suit. Throughout this series, we watch Ryan cope with his depression and his many other mental unhealthinesses, if that's even a fucking word. And at the end of the episode, he seemingly learns a lesson that was in front of him the whole time. Each episode deals with a different component of the psyche and is titled from a different component of the psyche. It shows Ryan how to deal with guilt, happiness, etc. Not only is this show amazingly suspenseful and dramatic, but it's also hilarious.
Are we live on YouTube now? Hello, YouTube.
Yeah.
Wait, so are we not going to do the episode of Invincible?
Hey!
I guess it doesn't really matter.
I don't really care. I'm gonna be on for probably maybe another 30 minutes, half hour, something like that. Well, 30 minutes, half hour, 20 minutes, half hour, some shit like that.
Also, Angelo, I'm so happy because
Welcome to the Red vs. Blue bonus DVD.
Turnip
My
Boy
name is
Robs a
Sheila,
Bank
the
came out.
M808V main DVD navigation system. Please select
It's
the
the
menu
sequel to
system
Turnip Boy
proceed.
Commits Tax Evasion. It's an amazing game. That's what it is.
Red. Okay, look, if you really want to choose red, I am not going to stop you, but it is not recommended. Please enjoy your terrible selection.
So are we not watching season 5 then? Oh. Well, obviously I was busy.
Alright, rebootly doodly.
Is Invincible still teetering on kind of a good show for you, or how's it got?
Why were you paused so long on that Easter egg? A Texan sister making out.
Really? Okay. I was a little on the fence about it. But I'll have to check it out at some point.
Blue. Excellent choice. Aw, what a lovely menu. Good choice selecting blue.
Yeah, I can't stay up too late because I do gotta wake up early tomorrow. I didn't expect you to take so long getting some beer, otherwise I would have said something. Shut the fuck up.
You look like a beer drinker, though.
Oh shit, got him!
What is that? Wait, how is that an insult? How is that an
Rifle flavor.
This is my favorite.
Humor.
Hey, that's my name.
Caboose.
What the fuck is wrong with beer? Are you like too cool for beer or some shit? Like I don't understand. I mean, all alcohol's disgusting. I just don't know where you draw the distinction.
What whiskey's better? I like whiskey, vodka, Jaeger,
Whiskey tastes awful
moonshine.
to me. They're all pretty bad. Vodka's just the worst one, though.
The things I won't drink are basically beer and
Also,
wine,
once
because
again,
that's-
I was muted and they could hear you guys, but not me. Isn't that great?
That's awesome.
I'll just fill in the gaps.
How'd you figure that out?
Because I looked at my setup and I had my mic muted.
So, in case you guys
I was
are
wondering if
wondering
someone told you in chat.
No, nobody told me in chat.
Vodka's the worst one.
Ben-
That shit tastes
Steven,
awful.
abridge what Angelo said.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
So basically, he's like, guys, I don't know. I mean, all this talk about alcohol. It's
All I said was
bad.
beer is fucking nasty, and because Spencer said I went to get beer, and I'm like, what the fuck do I look like? I don't
Not
drink.
forever. You're obviously a Jew angle, so who even cares what you have to say?
What?
Jew angle?
I'm glad you like that so much, Steven.
It just doesn't make any sense. Why the fuck is it a Jew angle? It's kind of funny.
All right, bitches. So I've hit play on Out of Mind episode 1. I might have to play the episodes individually from the looks of it, so that's a little annoying if so. I hit play all, but we'll see. I'm paused at 0 seconds. We'll see if it actually works. So this is Red versus Blue, Out of Mind. I'm gonna mute this shit now, and then hit play in 3, 2, 1. Hold on, actually, I gotta show you guys. No, we're good. You guys can see the thing. Okay, cool. 3, 2, 1, now. Wait, so did you guys see all the menu shit I was fucking with? Okay. I must have brought it up after the fact then. See, Out of Mind takes place, like, because Tex left at the end of Season 4, Out of Mind is showing us what happened with her after that. Bollocks. Yeah. Corbin's literally the only one who hasn't seen it, and he doesn't care about spoilers. I mean, yeah, probably. She also failed at everything. And you're still there, right, Corbin? Cool, just want to make sure you could actually still see and hear it. Oh, he was sending you stuff? Were you sending him some of those screenshots he wanted? Happy Good Friday. Does anybody actually celebrate that, Andy? Isn't that a Catholic thing? That's no longer going to be true. Yeah, I think you're right. I think because it just redirects to Rooster Teeth now, doesn't it? Asking what the quality of the stream is? You're new here, aren't you? I will be rude. course, was Allison really the director's wife, or was she more of like just his girlfriend? Okay. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, Corbin, if you didn't catch, Omega is O'Malley. O'Malley's just a nickname for him. And O'Malley's the AI that possessed Doc and made him evil and was also in Tex originally. Yes, Andy, this is intentionally a shitty webcam. It's a fucking Xbox 360 Vision camera. But see, at least Out of Mind is incredibly short. I think Recovery 1's pretty short too, but I think Out of Mind's shorter. Refrigerator. See, that's a Season 11 joke I quote a lot when Caboose, like when they're trying to sync and Caboose just keeps saying other appliances. Because Season 11 I like, but it's mostly exposition, so it's a little bit more forgettable. Like, I'd say 11 is the low point of the Chorus trilogy. Also, 11 goes back to using strictly gameplay, and then 12 and 13 they finally used animations again. But to be fair, I think Monty died between 10 and 11. Yeah. Yeah. Because Carolina probably wasn't a concept yet. Oh, the meta certainly wasn't a concept yet. Well, yeah, Maine was really strong. I like seeing Maine in season 9. Well, yeah, the meta's way stronger than Maine on his own, obviously. Like, a lot of the times I will skip Recovery 1 and Out of Mind, but I think if you want the full experience the first time, it is good to watch them. We'll also do Relocated. Which Relocated's only 3 episodes, I think. Also, Recovery 1 is technically the introduction of Wash, so I think it is good to actually see the first thing Wash is in. You know, when you think about it, Delta is just as human as Tex, because Tex is an AI too. I forgot Wyoming's actual name was Reginald. Kill 8 birds with 1 stone. And that's the end of Out of Mind. Alright, do we want to do Season 5 or do Invincible, or what's the plan? Let's find out, yeah? Season 5 is 2 hours and 3 minutes. Alright, Corbin, what would you rather do, Invincible or Season 5? Okay, we'll do Season 5 and then we'll do Invincible. Okay, we'll do Season 5 and then if you're available tomorrow, we can do Invincible. Alright, and if Corbin's available too, obviously, like... Alright. All right. I don't even know if Steven's like caught up on Invincible. I sincerely doubt it. Right. All right. Well, you guys ready to start season 5? All right. We're at 0 seconds. Hitting play in 3, 2, 1. Now. I do like how this combines both like this part of the intro plus Blood Gulch Blues for season 5. Oh yeah, and it's an instrumental only version for season 5. I forgot about that. I like how Caboose doesn't look at the camera though. Well, because remember, at the end of Season 4, O'Malley jumped out of Doc. He's not in Doc anymore. And remember, Season 5 ended with the ship landing on Donut. Wait, what's that about Ren and Stimpy, Chisu? Who mentioned Ren and Stimpy? Because Chisu's like, I didn't say I didn't like Ren and Stimpy, I said I didn't really see it. Like, who questioned whether or not you liked it? Oh, okay. Oh, I like how fucking Caboose lost half a gallon of blood and is just fine. I think I'm going to stop standing up now. He's not sleeping, he's in a coma. Ugh. Huh. Yeah, I definitely put more whiskey than intended in that old fashioned. Oh, I see. Edgar said that. Okay. Medical super private first class. Blarg. I didn't feel anything. What happened now? We're watching Red vs. Blue Season 5. What was that? What'd you say, Steven? No, none of these characters are anything like Corbin. In what regard is Sarge like Corbin? Like, obviously Sarge is a great character, but he's nothing like Corbin. If you say so. Who's winning? You don't understand the point of Red versus Blue if you think one of the teams is winning. Yeah, Red team. No, how is Red team winning? Donut just got squished by a ship. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Tucker and Caboose are both down, and only Donut's down. You're right. Red team is winning. Also, the ship was sent by Red Command. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there was definitely more whiskey in that than I intended. No, I'm good. I'm just... Granted, I intended to be a little bit buzzed, so I'm right where I want to be. It's funny that Simmons would forget about Sheila when, like, the whole fact that he saw Sheila was a big thing last season. You know, it's funny that Sister ends up being Blue Team because Yellow is literally the opposite of Blue. I like how the ship has like an entirely different multiplayer map inside of it. Why are you quoting Bible verses in my chat, Chisu? What prompted that? Like, Jisu's posting fucking Bible verses about why being gay is wrong and shit. Which I suppose is a lesson that Steven really needs to learn, but, like, otherwise, why is he posting it in my chat? I would actually agree, because Chisu posts way too much gay shit to not be at least a little gay. Well, we all know that him not liking nudity is bullshit. Like, that's bullshit. It says drunkards don't go to hell. Oh, fuck off, Chisu. Fuck you. I'm literally only buzzed. Fuck you. I don't think it explains how it came out of him. And I think that's by design. You know who else doesn't get into heaven, Chisu? People who post the fucking degenerate filth you fucking post, you fucking sick bastard. Yeah, exactly. He acts like he found fucking loopholes. He's like, I don't even like nudity. I don't like nips or quatches, guys. It's true. Look it up in the Cucumber Bible. The cucumber... Just trying to help, don't be a crumb bum? Well, stop being a faggot, Chisu. Don't fucking tell me what to do, and I won't fucking call you out for being a degenerate piece of shit who's a hypocrite and acts like he's better than us when he's fucking not, because you think you found fucking loopholes, which you fucking didn't. Like, again, I'm not even really drunk, I'm just buzzed. Like, there's a big difference. What? Oh, fucking Corbin left. Hold on, I'm gonna pause it. We're at 11:01. Because, what part have I put more whiskey in that? Like, buzzed is not a big deal, Steven. It's not a fucking big deal. What part have I put more whiskey than I intended in? Did you not understand? I'm fine, like I'm good, but like again, this is about, when I say I put more than I intended, this is about where I intended to be honest, so we're probably good. What did you say? Well, yeah, obviously the shit Chisu likes is way more degenerate than liking naked women. No shit. Chisu likes the most degenerate fucking disgusting filth and then posts about it, like, all the fucking time because he's a fucking horn dog and he's fucking gross. And he's like, I don't even want to have sex, guys. I don't like sex. Sex is gross. But here's all this sexual stuff. Alright, Corbin's back. Look at that. Alright, I paused it because you were gone, Corbin. I hope that was the right call. Alright, Corbin, you ready for me to hit play again? Alright, kick ass. Alright, we're at 11:01, hitting play in 3, 2, 1, now. If I see you disconnect, I'll make sure to pause it. That's the way I am. Fire in the hole. There's Junior. You know that the way that they made Junior small is they used a bunch of forced perspective. Like, he's further away than the other two. That's how they did that. Right, yeah. Like, they didn't actually physically make the Elite model smaller. They just had him stand further away and, like, used perspective to use, like, an optical illusion to make him look smaller. Oh yeah, fucking Vic's phone number has VICK, even though that's not even how his fucking name is spelled. I like how obnoxious. Like, also, I like how Vic's quote unquote gone. Like, what the fuck? Like, do you think Vic was just programmed to be, like, obnoxious and annoying? Oh, yeah, they, like, stepped on the plug and it fucked him up. That's right. Which explains why in Season 1 he's way less retarded. Actually, no, it doesn't, because that happened before Season 1, right? Just yours. Activation code. Press 11. Yeah, see? Yeah. Because, like I said, there's, like, behind-the-scenes shit on the bonus features of this DVD that show you how they did a lot of the stuff they did. Right. Alright, Teo, I'm gonna go take a piss, but I'll leave it running. And just, I'll be right back. But I'm gonna leave it running so I don't have to worry about pausing it and syncing up and shit. Oh. Alright, I'm back. Oh, cool. Sister's here now. Why the hell does she refer to him as Griff instead of Dexter? Like, Griff is literally her last name as well. I don't even fucking remember how to pronounce her name because she has like a stupid name. I think it's mentioned in like the character profiles that are like bonus features. It's like, it starts with a K. I know that. It starts with a K. Ow. Yeah. Tucker is black. Oh yeah, I guess Junior would be half black. You're right. Yeah, don't they hold like a funeral for Sarge? Goodbye, Sarge. What is that? And donut. Okay, that's what the asterisk is for. Oh, she's special, all right. Well, I mean, yeah, look at the thing. I like how this is like Tucker knows it's a girl, but like he didn't know that with other shit. Like he didn't realize Tex was a chick, and he thought Donut might be a chick. She had a human body like Church did, though, didn't she? I guess that's never confirmed. Like Church had Jimmy's body, but we don't really know about Tex. I like how they're implying Church could be fat when he's literally in a robot body. What's that huge thing? That's Church. But again, he thought Donut might be a chick. Yeah. He got glazed. He glazed the gay donut. This guy stinks. What's that? Oh, yeah. They're standing on a warthog. That's why they look so much like. That's why they look taller. They're standing on a warthog. Like when they're looking down on him, that's how the camera angle works there. See, that's how you know Tucker's black. I like how fucking long it took for fucking them to send Sister in. Because Flowers has been dead for God knows how long. See, right now it's fucking obvious. You're blue now. Touchdown.
Sorry, dude. It's the hormones. I just had a baby. Yeah, shit.
What's not where? Really? Either that or somehow my mic was picking it up because I set my headset down and went and grabbed another slice of pizza. Well, there you go. Well, we're good now. Oh yeah, I forgot about the bats thing. Did you smell any bats? You have a dog? Based. Yeah. Speaking of have no friends, I like that thing where King Cobra JFS was talking to that chick and he's like, this is why you have no friends, to the fucking girl, his girlfriend. And then she, of course, got really mad at that. Well, she was already chimping out at him the whole time. And then he's like, yeah, this is why you don't have any friends. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. Yes, because he clearly still likes that one chick, Ellen. But, like, he literally didn't cheat on her. She's just a fucking psycho. Alright, see you later, Steven. Yep. You see, we'll have a good one, boys, while you go have a good time with boys. Yeah, I'm not the one. What's that, Corbin? Well, yeah, later on, like, starting with, like, Season 8, they actually have some animation. Like, 9 and 10 actually have, like, animation and stuff, too. Yep, see you, Steven. Like how they literally just call her sister. I love how he sees Donut and thinks he's in hell. Spoiler. Please for forgiveness. Peninsular. Do snakes really live in caves like at all? I can't think of a single species of snake that I can think of that's in caves. Yeah. It's not like he's a fucking computer engineer or anything, or a mechanic. Computer sexophile? What? Oh. I see. Nice. Skidniving. Kind of the same joke that O'Malley did when fucking, was it Tex or was it one of the Red Zealots? Yeah. Well, yeah, he's in Simmons, I'm pretty sure. No? Trained medical professional, which fucking Doc is not. Speaking of girl stuff, this is Doc. He's doing drugs. Like, he's literally just crouched there. Like, they didn't even make him smaller. I'm distracting. Oh yeah, it fucking text deactivates her right at the worst moment. Again, I still assumed it was Simmons, so I don't fucking remember. Bow chicka bow wow. Bad person. Oh yeah, isn't Flowers like still alive? Yeah, that's it. That's where he is. Yeah, because it's a whole other military multiplayer map. Why are you helping monster people? Oh, there, Carolina is a concept now. Wow, that really puts a damper on the rest of the series. Yeah. There's Vic's true form. Fucking commenting on the Forerunners. Again, his reaction to this is way different than when he hears that she's dead later on. And he's like, nah, she's not. Video is no longer available due to a copyright infringement claim by Viacom. Yeah, it only works for him. Ah. Oh yeah, I love this fucking the flag and the singing, which doesn't make any sense. I really like to build up the O'Malley reveal. Yeah. What are you, gay? I thought Steven left. Yeah, so if you didn't catch that, Vic is that computer. It actually confused me originally if he was just a guy at the computer or if he was the computer itself, but he's the computer. Hence why it says Virtual Intelligence Computer, which, you know, spells Vic if you abbreviate it. He's just a computer there, like the picture of him on the screen was just like part of the program, I guess. Or a chef. Did the red team even realize Lopez was there? Yeah, I didn't think so. I like how Wyoming doesn't even catch on to that. Speaking of tanks, and who wants to get drunk? Wyoming's armor time travel's real, though, right? The time travel that's going to happen in this with Wyoming's armor, that's real, right? Okay, so that there is actually... So, like, that's the first one that's actually confirmed real with time travel. Holy shit! Character development. Maybe. Like, somehow his exposure to the alien got him to be able to tell? Right. Okay, bye. I don't want to help anymore. See, and that would imply that the church one was real, even though it wasn't. I guess the simulation would have factored that in and had similar results. Hmm. Gotcha. When did he get the armor? Okay. It's been a while since I've watched the Chorus trilogy. But also, she knew it was Tucker. And she still hit church for it? God, sometimes I really just want to ban Chisu from chat because he bores me so much. And I literally read the Mandela Mussolini one, I just didn't read the whole thing out loud because I thought it was stupid because you literally praise Mussolini all the time. It was so obvious. You just got sarged. The vehicle destroyer. Come out so I can shoot you. All we want to do is shoot you. It's a trick. I like how she still killed Wyoming even though she was gonna help. Like, why did she kill Wyoming if she's helping them? Yeah, I guess she doesn't like Wyoming, but still. Oh, O'Malley was keeping Flowers alive. Some kind of monkey? Where am I gonna get a steamroller? I do like that the Halo 2 version of the map is like a lot more run down. Oh, they did see Lopez! Great job, Simon! He still thinks Donut's a chick. Church's twin brother. I like how Caboose's inner version of himself is dumber in this season than he was in the previous time they were in here. Lopez is gonna be up inside Sheila. Dude, it doesn't even make any fucking sense. I guess he is still alive. Those old rascals. Oh yeah. Oh boy, he's not, is he? You fall asleep, Corbin? Good job, you missed a lot. Fucking idiot. Oh well, his problem, not ours. He's just gonna miss the end of Blood Gulch, you know, that's all. I'm not gonna do that. It's his problem, not mine. Seriously, fuck you, Chisu. I'm timing you out. You annoy me. Again, if you're pushing copy and paste, you're doing it wrong. Fuck you. He missed the explosion. No, I just meant, why are we standing here when we could be in the shade? I do like this role reversal for the beginning of Blood Gulch, though. No, he didn't. He literally did not name the last one. They rejected his name. Yeah, I know. Well, God knows how much he actually missed, too. There's not like a post-credits scene, is there? Let's find out. Yeah. Yeah, because Blood Gulch was the end originally, huh? But here's the thing, like, I feel like they were establishing it because they had, like, the Out of Mind stuff, and they brought up York and all that other stuff.
Yeah, well, I think they laid some
Groundwork,
seeds
yeah.
in case they ever wanted to contribute. In case they wanted to continue it.
Yeah, well...
I don't think they had plans to continue it.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, again, it was originally supposed to be 6 fucking episodes. But, of course, Corbin fell asleep for God knows how much of it.
Yeah, Corbin's a bitch. I hope he dies. Yeah, indeed.
But that's not going to wake him up.
Yeah, do the air horn.
Wow, it really worked.
It's a better shot than what you did.
I'm gonna fucking die here, Jack!
Suck it, you shit.
Oh well.
Hang on, don't give up just yet.
I will do.
Hello, Mario.
Alright, well, I guess we'll wrap up this stream. Have a good one.
Bye, YouTube.